Hey, what's up, Iggy? Welcome to the stream. Well, tonight's a craft stream, so I'll be making something out of foam, actually to hold, these are supporter bricks that you can kind of see on screen, on the title screen here. So when people support the channel, I put their name on a brick, and I'm going to build something to make it easier to show them on stream. And then we typically talk about D&D and stuff like that. It's ultimately a D&D channel. I just do plenty of crafting and writing and all sorts of stuff here. Yeah, it should be fun. Should be fun. Although I need to... construct, I'm not sure that I can promise that. That would be very, very challenging to do. That was just all the crazy. Usually we get like maybe a couple of crazy combinations. When I do the rolls, this one was all of them. Hey, Kelta. Welcome, welcome. It's true. Hey, everybody. Let me know. Been having people have been suggesting music is too loud or too quiet. I'm gonna make it quiet for now, but I can always bump it back up if that would help. Okay. So it's craft night. Trying to make something actually here for the stream. So here's what I'm thinking. Might not take long to do. Might take me a while to do. Depends how much I want to be a perfectionist about it. So these are supporter bricks, magnetized, painted up, and so previously, if I switch, it's been a while since I've done crafting cameras. Look at that. All right, so previously, or at least when these bricks have been sort of a work in progress. It's another example of stuff on the stream where we're sort of the vehicle's moving and we're sticking the wheels on. So that's where they started out. I would put them up here on the crafting table, stack them up. Sometimes we'd have more bricks, sometimes less. You know, people, you know, subscribe and then fall off, and then, you know, gifted subs and all that stuff. And so sometimes it's a bunch on the table, sometimes it's not a bunch on the table. But the thing that's always bugged me about this way of sort of including supporters on stream is that every stream I do is not a crafting stream. And that can be kind of frustrating because people show support. You want them to be on screen. Well, if I'm crafting every day, that's fine. But now I'm doing streams where I have a little book, a little journal that I'm filling out, or maybe I'm doodling, or maybe we're designing stuff on like screen. So that didn't work, and I didn't have an answer for a really long time. But I think, so since I've been trying to find different ways to push the zine, and well, I have the zines here, and then a little poster print from the cover. Exactly, Constructs. You gotta get what you pay for. Well, I've got all this wonderful negative space over here. And I thought that would be a really cool place to make a tower to display supporter bricks. There's no reason that all of this can't sit on a little stone platform. So that's what I'm going to tinker with. See what I've got, some big slabs of foam that I can use to sort of lay it down. I have, you guys know, more magnets than I know what to do with, and a whole bunch of cool looking bricks. So let's see what we can come up with. That's my plan. And then obviously whatever you guys want to talk about. Gibson. Horse. I know. It's been rough. All year even. Okay, so the first thing that I want to figure out... Let's see here. So let me... Okay. So... get a sense for how wide I should make this. Painting. Cool, Pale. What kind of stuff are you painting up, Data? I think... is it probably a 5 wide? Feels like a 5 wide because the... can angle it back. Definitely. 5 wide. Okay. Spiders in the last one. Cool. Picked up a new paint setup. Finally found something that works on a desk. Well, that's good. Okay. So, if we think about how this is going to need to work. $200 paint bottles in a super small space. Yeah, I bet. Something like this. Go 5, 5, 4. I think so, but it's not just doing the bricks. So the thing about the bricks that has always been troubling, and more so now that I've been doing a lot of different types of stuff on stream, is that if they only really can sit on the table, then they only really ever get shown during crafting streams. Now that I've built in this sort of negative space in my camera here to the left, I've been doing this for a few weeks and it's feeling good. I'm going to put the bricks on a tower that can go right here. So I'm figuring out, I've got some blocks of foam. I'm going to figure out exactly how to cut it down and create something stackable that these can stick to the front of, and basically have a little kind of supporter tower. That's the plan. Which will make me feel good, because that means no matter what stream I'm doing, they'll be visible. And obviously, along with that, yeah, I'll update bricks and stuff too. But we're crafting stream decor today. Let me grab my foam and my Proxon. So let's see. How long have I had it? Pretty much as long as I've had my Proxon, so a few years now. I need to dust the Proxon. I like it. I kind of screwed it up assembling it, just because I haven't done a whole lot of like MDF assembly before, and I was just like, whatever, but it still does the job. But we don't need it for this first part. Gross. What you get for first one of the year, I guess. I think I was probably making stuff out of foam for at least a year and change before I finally was like, okay, I'm going to get a Proxon. I think before that I was still like, I don't know, do I need it? Do I not? I don't know. 6 out of 10, paper thin. Tron Ares didn't cut it. And you're a big Tron fan, right? So that's you really tried. Oh, that's a good angle. Let's definitely use that angle all night long. Just kidding. Did I mention that I started watching Orphan Black? Had a really funny experience watching the first season of that show. Tron 2.0 is a great game. Okay, all right. Let's see. Let me try to remember. I remember I told Ashley what I thought of it. Let me see if I can remember exactly what I said. What's up, T? Don't tell Jesse. Completed nap time. Might have that order kind of screwy. It's okay. I don't understand nap times. Orphan Black. Let's see. So my experience watching Orphan Black, the first season, was firstly, this show is worth watching if for no other reason than Tatiana Maslany's performances are like ridiculous. It's crazy how well she plays these different characters, even the different characters portraying one another. Like they actually stack them up so that she's playing one of the versions of herself, pretending to be another version of herself, and it seems effortless. It's so good. So it's worth watching it for that. And I think she's a really talented actor. Second thought I had was that it's maybe the only first season of a show I've ever watched that did a good job of it made me feel like I was starting a show at the second season. They do a really solid job, I think, of bringing you into the story using a character where it feels like the story has already been happening, and then you're there. Like the way that they would introduce a new character in the second season of a show, and they get kind of rolled into the mix, but you're from that perspective. So there's like a whole season 1 that we missed out, and we start here. I like that. And then, then I had a thought at a point where I was like, this is pretty good. I definitely need to recommend this to Ashley. And then there's a point in season 1 where I'm like, oh, this is like True Blood levels of silly, actually. Like the show does a good job sort of burying that part of itself until, like, it's not bad, But I'm just like, oh, okay, this might move it out of like my wheelhouse of shows a little bit, because it gets just kind of so silly. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. That's cool. Orphan Black, I didn't know you were gonna do that. Now, I've only watched the one season, and that may be my fill. I don't know if I'll dip back in or not, but at the very least, it's worth giving a shot for. I think it is interesting the way that, you know, the story is doled out, and the performance of, you know, one actress doing all those characters is so cool. Anyway, those are my thoughts on Orphan Black. What did you? I mean, do you know what I'm talking about with regard to Orphan Black? Did you watch that show, Construct? I may need a better word than silly. Silly may be a bad, or maybe a too thin a word. Well, let me think about what I mean when because what did I compare it to? What's actually I compared it to True Blood. So do I mean trashy? Kind of like, you know, like a trashy like paperback or something, maybe. That feels mean. That feels harsher than I wanted to mean. Maybe I was only comparing it to that because then I knew Ashley would know exactly what I was talking about. Because, hey, what's up, Mystical Bread? No, maybe more like pulpy, or just like, okay, kind of in like a dime store novel, like page turner type of thing, where it's like, okay, this is kind of just like, I don't know, I need to think more about it, or maybe I just need to watch more TV. Maki, how goes it? Good to see you. It's been a while. I just had to do a crafting stream to into the new year we go. Let's see. So I need straight edges. Need straight edges all the way. Got 2 factory edges. So that shouldn't be too hard. Hey, welcome back, Maki. Well, we are. I'm making a tower for right over here on the table. I want to move the supporter bricks into my camera view rather than the table. Can't complain. I mean, I could if I tried, but okay. All right. Do that. Not that way. Not that way. Yes. Yeah. Tabby is T. Yeah. New expert level mode on YouTube, Maki. Everybody's usernames only. Thanks to the great Google gods. So we'll just have to deal with that. Oh, hey, thanks, Mystical. I appreciate that. You know, it's just like anything else. Practice, practice, practice. One of my favorite lines from the first Doctor Strange movie. What's up, Colonial? But also the line that made me, in a small way, very disappointed in it. Because there's a point where Stephen Strange is like, no, I have to become the Omega wizard. I've got to learn, I've got to be the Sorcerer Supreme. And they're like, okay, well, how did you become a spinal surgeon? It goes, years of study and practice. They're like, well, there you go. But then the movie doesn't deliver on that. I really, it seemed like it was expedited for Stephen Strange, that movie, and I really wanted, like, give me the years of study and practice. Why are we not getting that for him? I was kind of bummed. Again, just in a small way. I like Doctor Strange. But... Hey, Reepsy. No, I have not had a chance to use it yet. It is in the archives, yet to be put to use. But it is top of mind because I want to do a monster design stream. So using stuff like that would work. I didn't buy. Hey, what's up, Boxed Out? Construct. I didn't buy that they were showing years go by, especially because if it's in the Marvel universe, you know, it's like, give me some context clues. Show me that, you know, he's been working at this, you know, the whole time that we, you know, across the timeline of these movies, right? Like, I guess just didn't seem like enough. Instead, he behaves quite a bit more like a warlock, actually. I need to keep that in mind as an example of a warlock type character. He mostly steals his magic. Yeah, exactly, Reepsy. Exactly. What's KC2? Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance. So, I am building. So I've got. So I have these supporter bricks. Here's Kira's, Traintronics, Noel's, and Sleepy Doggo. So when people support the channel, they get a brick. I paint it over time and gets magnetized, stuff like that. But the problem, especially lately, has been that they've always just laid flat on the crafting table. I hear you, T. And I've never liked that because when they sit flat on the crafting table, well, crafting is, you know, just one of the streams that I do, and it always has bugged me that they can't supporter bricks don't appear in all my streams. But now that I've been kind of leaving this kind of negative space over here next to me in my face camera, I'm going to build a little tower to attach the bricks. We're going to make a little supporter tower. That's the plan anyway. So this is stream decoration. Really. Something that it's going to be a platform, so it's stackable. So I'll need a few of these, but that can hold bricks. So this should be 5 on top, 4, or sorry, 6. Did I get? Oh, I got 5. Yeah, 5 on top, 4 on the bottom. I could bring it in, and I probably should bring it in a little bit. Thank you. Trim it down again. Now the other piece of a project like doing something like this, it's like, okay, well, multi-use stuff is really nice. And at the end of the day, this is going to be a riser with supporter bricks. Might actually end up being a cool piece of terrain on its own. Can I don't think so. I did not. For shame. But that just means I get to do it soon. Oh, really? What do you see? Well, keep in mind this is also a different angle than you used to see, but actually it's probably super messy, sorry. Is it? Maybe it's not that bad. Maybe I should Give it some light. Oh, it looks a little bit nicer. Yeah, I should do a tour. Oh, it did arrive? That's great. Happy to hear that. About to start getting mad at the Postal Service otherwise. Glad to hear it. Yeah, that's always fun. Oh no. Okay. Well, we strive for efficiency. Luckily, it's not dated content. It's timeless. I mean, hopefully I'll have a couple more out by then. Aiming for another set this month and then another in, I guess, March. The scalpers? What are you talking about? Oh, I'm sure, yeah. I'm sure I'll find fun ways to package them together. Fair. I'm working on it. With every... Figure if I can master mailing out little stapled books, that's a good start. I mean, right now I'm not sure that I see the value, you know. Right now I'm it's more about just being excited to, you know, be able to get it to anybody who's interested. I think that I do have some fun ideas for this stuff in the future, but right now, like my roadmap for the zines is, you know, putting out 6 sets of books. I mean, it would basically be 12 total books this year. I'd feel very happy with that. You know, kind of alternating each month, you know, especially if I keep going with the prints and stuff, which was just a really fun, different kind of thing to make. That feels like, you know, there could be a lot of fun kind of variety in that. There's more than enough ideas, you know, from all the daily encounter streams. Like it's just, you know, I get to experiment with different ways of printing and putting it together, and hopefully get to start trying out some fun ideas with it as I go. Yeah, I mean, if it's sort of one of those things where, you know, problems of scale are good problems to have. I'm okay with sort of, you know, I guess letting sales trickle in as they happen. That works for me as a, you know, one-man team, you know, printing and assembling. Not that that's a ton of work, but it's some work. And if I'm ever lucky enough that there's a problem of scale where it's like, okay, I can sit down and make, you know, 25 books or whatever and have those ready to ship out. I don't know if I want to sit there to make 200 of them. The nice part is I've gone through the process, so I know, you know, a lot more about like the paper that I like and the print quality and the staples and the exact like millimeter radius to cut the corners. And I know the effort that goes into all of it, so it'll be a lot easier for me if I go with a print on demand, or there's lots of zine printing services out there. I just, I like starting this way where it's very, very hands-on, and I can sort of figure out how to expand and handle, quality control, but also just like pay to take care of the things that make sense and not the things that, I can handle. We'll see if I'm singing the same tune when I'm assembling 6 or 7 different types by the end of the year, Clear exchange time, actually. Sure not. Hey, Griffin. I don't know if you remember me, but I think I told you a while ago that clerics in ancient times actually meant a brewer. That was not true at all, and I have no idea where I heard that from. Okay. It's all good. Well, welcome back. Don't you dare lie to me again. Well, it's taken me all this time to recover, and now you're toying with me again. I don't know what I'll do. Persevere, I suppose. It's a big question for me. Yeah. I've got my roadmap sitting over here. Lots of stuff. Lots of stuff I'm hoping to be able to get to this year. No, I love talking about it. Thanks for being curious, Gibson. I mean, on top of everything else, obviously I like making and having physical stuff that I make and design and printing it and all that. It's a good feeling. So as much as I can do that. It's on my roadmap. I think that, let's see. Yeah, there's one crucial piece missing to make all of that work really well. But the nice, so there's two things, right? Like one, it's everything's you choose this, which means you necessarily aren't choosing that. From really October into December, as I sort of started making zines, right? As I sort of changed my focus to that, it's like, okay, well, that means that I basically halted work on a couple of one-shots that I had, pretty far along. At the same time, now going back to those, I'm like, the biggest thing that's crazy for me with these zines is that it's like my art, like I'm doodling, I'm illustrating them, and it's pretty lo-fi, it's not intense or anything like that. I mean, some of what I drew I'm really proud of. Other stuff I'm like, hey, this is just for fun, and it fits the style. So I'm curious to see what that does, bringing that back into the one-shots in some way. I'm not sure how much it'll impact it, but I have that kind of in my head now, and I didn't have that at all last time. So I'll be curious about that. And then the other piece that I want to really bring to the one-shots this year is playtesting. I wasn't doing that last year. I'd really, really like to playtest this year. That would be great. Starting getting the process. Publisher. I mean, I not actively right now. I'm fully confident that I'll be able to, like, I'm lucky that will be not a hard part. that I feel pretty confident about being able to find. At some point, yeah. At some point, definitely. It's not gonna do it. How close is it? No, I do too. I do too. I'm gonna need it soon. My island game plays every other week, but that doesn't buy me much more time. I mean, everything that I ran kind of took a break around the holidays, but I think that's pretty typical. Griffin, you're struggling with coming up with NPCs for your players. Do I have any suggestions? How do you come up with NPCs? NPCs are they're great to steal. So whatever your favorite way of kind of taking in fiction is, if it's reading, if it's TV, if it's video games, movies, look through those, and it doesn't take very much to take characters that are interesting and sort of twist them into something nearly unrecognizable, right? So I'm an old man, so we'll go with Seinfeld, right? Those four characters in Seinfeld are interesting to me because they're not good characters. They're not redeemable, in many ways. They may be charming or entertaining, but there's sort of a rule of that show, and they don't learn anything. There's no hugs, there's no learning. And so I like NPCs like that in my world. So I might take, somebody like Jerry, that might become the personality or maybe the character traits of a halfling bard, right? Comedian kind of turns into a bard. And then, George, who's kind of always this shortcutting, sort of lazy, grumpy, socially awkward guy. Okay, well, this is my dwarf. What would he be? Probably some sort of like numbers guy for the king or something, maybe. Kramer translates into some sort of I don't know, probably like kind of weird ageless elf that hangs out under a bridge. Like you could just so you take these sort of character vibes and just sort of start merging them into whatever context you need. And the nice part about doing that when you build NPC characters like this is it gives you a shorthand, right? because I don't know if we've all had. I don't even have to say I don't know if you feel this way. I know every single one of us that have ever like come back to an NPC before that we've created. We all have this experience of, what did this person sound like? I could kind of remember their personality a little bit, but like, how did I act like them? And so if I have sort of a bridge, an elven bridge sort of hippie, and then in parentheses, I'm like, it's basically Elf Kramer. I'm like, I know exactly how to, I know how. Now, granted, you want to try to lean away from sort of being too obvious with it, I guess. So maybe it's like, Elf Kramer, but extremely polite. Like, that's all it takes. You just take one extra little wiggle on whatever that idea is. And it, it's going to become something brand new and reinterpreted by your players' ears and eyes, and you're off to the races. So I would mine for ideas from whatever media you like to take in, and you're reading, playing games, watching things. You're casting all the time now for your world, and also you don't need that many, so don't stress out about it too much. You just need a handful here or there. Don't feel like you have to populate a whole town. That's madness. There be dragons that way. No, I get that. You can sort of think about filling out a town. filling out a town or a city is think about it like placing mascots at Disney World. That's as deep as you ever really need to go, right? So the tavern, well, that's Mickey's Tavern, so we need a Mickey. Put a Mickey at that tavern and make sure that is a fit for Mickey. I mean, you can even have these characters stand out front. Goofy's at the stables, and like you just sort of start to, because those big faces and maybe even bigger, more outgoing personalities are part of the attraction of each of these sort of pinpoints on the map that your party could care about. And then it's I probably wouldn't create sort of a grab bag, like a list of, like, I'll create like a list of names and then maybe some characterizations. But here's the thing. The mascot heads are more important than the random people, because you can never, ever anticipate what kind of random characters you might need to bring or what kind of names you might need to pull out. And everybody's got a different sense of comfortability with, kind of creating things on the fly. I know that if I have a list of names that I know is appropriate, I'll just create like a bunch of different names that sound like different ages, different genders, different like levels of, I guess, professionalism or like official capacity. I'll just have a list of, it might only be 10 or 12 names, because it's not like people are going around meeting 20 or 30 people. That's not actually even that fun. But if I have that list, something that I've practiced or gotten more comfortable with is this idea of, if the players are like, hey, who's that guy at the bar? If I'm just describing, like, there's some tough customers in this tavern, they're like, I want to go rough one of them up. Okay, well, let's see. That'd be Mad Dog. Okay, I wrote down Mad Dog earlier. Apparently, that fits in this imaginary part of my world that I came up with. Well, if I'm creating characters like before the game, I don't have anything to work with. But in this moment, you know, the party is telling me I want to go rough up one of these tough guys, and I've got a name and I've got a location and I've got all these other details about the session that's going on. It's like I kind of trust myself to improvise a character in that moment, and that's kind of what I do when that happens. And it usually goes pretty well. I can usually kind of say, like, okay, this one, I think I'm going to play against form. This is a big, tough baby man, and that's where they're gonna feel bad probably because this guy's gonna crumble so fast. And I'm just gonna like kind of jot down those notes, and then I'm gonna play it up and have fun. So everybody's got their own level, like I said, of like feeling that out and figuring out what you can improvise at the table and what you have to plan ahead of time. For me, it's names. The thing that I hate the most is being put in a pinch to come up with a name. Every time I throw a name out there, I'm like, that's the stupidest name. I never would have said that name if I had given myself a list. So that's what I need to provide for myself. If you need personalities or motivations or, you know, weird quirks or something like that, like you can jot that down, right? So yeah, whatever you need. That's one of those things that you just kind of have to practice and sort of figure it out. You'll remember the mascots more than 1,000 Midwestern families unless you adopt one Midwestern dad. Don't forget to give all your Disney mascot NPCs a life. About 3 to 5 people will actually play the character at any different time. Traumatized children. The most important thing you can do on this stream is take all of my analogies literally, just face value. That's what I mean. That's what I'm always talking about. Thanks, that helps. I just finished my first session I ever ran last Sunday for new players. It's awesome. Congrats. Do I have a favorite monster or big bad that I've run? So it's tough because I super rarely, unless I'm running a one shot, I never run the same thing twice. Every session that I run is new. I don't repeat stuff. So the same goes for boss fights. There aren't that many bosses that I've run more than once. So favorite monster. It's really tough because I mean, I think what I really like is the variety. I like that I can run D&D for as many years as I have. I mean, not that many years, 6 or probably 7 years now. I like that I can do that, and every week or multiple times a week, like very rarely ever even use the same monster, in some different scenario. I'm a big fan of the Monsters Know What They're Doing. It's a great book. I love the mindset of thinking about things from the monster's point of view, and that monsters aren't looking to be fodder for adventurers. They would much rather survive if at all possible, and they're smart. Well, some of them are smart, but it's good as a reference. It's good. It's good if you are going to use a monster, because then it's just like, a few pages. I've always just used it as reference. See you, T. Have a good, what'll it be, Thursday? Do I prefer one-shots over long-form stuff? No. No, I like both. So right now I'm running 3 campaigns. 2 of those have been running for over 5 years, and the third one started late last year, and the goal is to make it like a shorter campaign. And then I sort of mix in one shots where I can. Obviously, I like taking opportunities to run for new players and stuff like that. Hey, Crafted, good to see you. So you could say I like all of it. I'm a sucker for the game. What can I say? Hopefully this year I'll get a chance to start streaming some of my work. That would make me very happy. playing 2 yourself, 1 with a group, 1 for a solo player. How you manage to throw one-shots in the mix? Do you take breaks from the weekly ones? They're a sweet spot. So, if I'm feeling very ambitious, and this happens a lot less since I'm running 3. It's not 3 every week. It's 2 a week, and one of the games alternates back and forth each week. But generally speaking, if I'm feeling up to it, if there is a different party count for some reason, maybe somebody can't make it, then I'll take the opportunity to try a one-shot idea. Most of the ones I like running, I write, but I have run some other ones that I like for sure. Most of the time, though, when I'm using a one-shot, I'm doing it as sort of an interstitial in a campaign. So, for example, my party, one of my parties took off toward a seaside town with a lighthouse, aiming to find and kill a beholder. And on the way there, they fought some monsters, got scraped up a little bit, and upon getting to the town, the peculiar light from the lighthouse hit them, and they all fell ill, passed out. And they woke up the next morning. The townsfolk had brought them in, taken them to the inn, cleaned them up. They explored the town, saw that it was pretty weird. Investigation continued. Next time we played a session, we didn't play those players. We played we jumped to a different part of the map, not too far away, on the other side of a forest, and these people were escaping. Someplace, doesn't matter. We've got survivors. And so they helped me sort of craft a group of, I think, about 7 or 8 survivors. And their carriage breaks down. They've got to make it down the hill to a campsite. These are just commoners. These are just normal folks. They've got to make it to this campfire that they can see down in the woods. They're running from monsters. And that it was like kind of a one-shot experience. It was different. It was more about sort of them kind of moving through kind of a hilly area, and it's faster this way. It's almost like a game board, right? It's faster this way, but there's there's risks, there's little things they could pick up, and it was a very sort of a lightweight but heavy on like the thematic. I was trying to go for like a slasher movie type of vibe, like not all of the survivors are going to make it. I think I even said that. If I check my notes, I think that I said at the beginning of it, like, you guys have devised this group. These are the 7 survivors. They got to survive the night. But one of them means to betray the others, right? Like fun stuff like that. Most of the survivors made it down the hill, avoided the monsters for the most part. End of session. Next session, we are back in the coastal town with the lighthouse. And they were probably thinking to themselves, because I do this stuff to them all the time. They're like, okay, whatever that was, Ryan's, just a fun idea he had. Okay. So now they're exploring the town, trying to find out people are weird. There's this long history of, there are monsters, like, living in this town, in the outskirts of this town. Like, they start to find evidence that people in this town are transforming, and they're hiding it from people. Okay, that gives them more context, right? It's probably that's how these stories are related. They haven't connected, but that's how these stories are related. They're like, okay, they arm up, they get their stuff, they go walk up to the door of the lighthouse, go to open the door, and they black out again. Next session, we're back to the surviving camp. This time they have to cross a lake to get to a cottage, and so see it crafted. And so crossing the lake, they experience more monster attacks. Crazy stuff happens. Some of them don't make it. They get to the cottage. Okay, end of session. Next time we come back, now things in town, now they are fed up. They're like, they just lost another night. They do not trust anyone in town. They're investigating. They're trying to find out what they can. you can imagine a party is not going to have much patience at that point. Try some new stuff. They figured it out. Heading to the lighthouse. They black out again. This time they wake up, and someone they've made friends with in the town is like, guys, I saw the whole thing. Well, that was the end of a session. So come back the next time, and they're like, okay, so we get to find out what. Let's go kill this beholder. We know the secret now. It's like, no, we're joining the survivors again. And so the one shot kind of turned into a 3-shot, kind of sprinkled into the game. And this third session was those survivors basically holed up in a cabin trying to perform a ritual to basically rid themselves of these monsters. And they did. The ritual, by the end of the night, those of them that survived, they cast it, and it revealed, it sort of neutralized the monsters to reveal that the monsters were actually the players from the main story. So what we were doing is when they blacked out, so the players realized, oh, this entire time we've been in town, we've been transforming every night. We've been rampaging, out and terrorizing and doing awful things. And so now when we come back to the next session, which will be next time we play, they now know this kind of gross truth, and that they're kind of part of this town now. They transform like the rest of them. Long story, but as an example to show how like I kind of use these one shots to play with the game to make the history of an area playable, to change perspectives and be like, hey guys, guess what? You guys are playing first level commoners tonight, or you guys are playing third level city guards, and they're trying to figure this thing out in the capital city. You guys don't even know why this is happening. So it's almost like a chapter in a book where like, we're just going to go over here now. You don't know how this connects yet. You'll find out hopefully, or you'll just have this floating around in your mind until then. So I like using things that are like one shots in the middle of campaigns like that. Yeah, exactly. Now what's going to be really fun, because I knew going into this that this was going to be the twist, and I should say, big caveat here, proceed with caution if you're going to do something like this that is going to like transform or make monsters of your players. You gotta really know your players. There's got to be a lot of trust there. We've all been playing for many years, and it's all good. But the cool part for them now, and the thing that I'm excited for, because there's just 3 players, this group right now, it fluctuates. Sometimes there's more, sometimes there's less, but it's 3 players right now. The trick is that now that they are aware of it, basically what's been happening is this light from the lighthouse that the beholder casts has basically been transforming people. But now that they've like come to terms with it, now that they're aware of it and conscious of it, they can stay awake through it. They can sort of control themselves, which means the next time they go to the lighthouse, they're like, we're going to kill this beholder, and they open it up and they get hit with this light. They're going to transform into the monsters, and I get to say to them, yeah, go ahead. Each of you add 200 temporary hit points. Because they're these big, like, like what was it? Like they're the transformed turtle versions of themselves, right? They're these mutated monster versions of who they are, and it's just going to be this big nasty beholder fight in the lighthouse. I've got the worst looking beholder stat block that I can find, and it's just going to be nasty fun. Balanced, imbalanced, I don't really care. It's going to be fun. Yeah, and I'll be sure to let you guys know about it. Whatever happens. But I imagine they'll be they'll be able to mostly rid themselves of the curse. But there will be probably some residual mutation that, like, to me, the trade-off of all of this is that the residual mutation, whatever lingers with them, is probably going to be something that I let them pick. Right? Like that seems fair, right? Like if I'm basically forcing them into this like monster status. Cool, see you, Griffin. And for them to be on board with it, it's like, okay, you know, we're not gonna roll. I mean, maybe I'll let them roll to like whatever weird deformity or whatever new quirk they gain. But like, it's worth it, right? Because the thing that we don't want is to get to the end of a campaign, they're like level 13, 14, something like that. You don't want to get to the end of the campaign without any scars. You know, you don't want to have, you don't want to not have these like lasting, some sort of record of having gone through some stuff, you know. If I ever run a game up to 20 or played at level 20, I've got players eager to reach those heights, but wonder how good it is up there. I haven't run a campaign up to 20. Hey, Construct, it's coming along. I've got 2 platforms. I think I'm probably going to need at least 4. So I'm still cutting big blocks. This might take multiple crafting sessions, but we'll see. I haven't run up to level 20. I'm not sure that I have a goal of running up to level 20 because of the way that I do milestone leveling kind of makes it not super feasible. Because by the time you get to those higher levels, it would be so many sessions in between level ups that it, you know, I think most of my games are likely to probably end somewhere in the 17th or so. 17th level. However, another one-shot story. A one-shot is a great way to let people get that 20th level fun out of their systems. And here's what I would recommend, and maybe at some point I'll turn this into something that people can play. Again, I love one-shots being a way to tell stories that like, this sounds harsh, but like our players don't really care about the history of our worlds. Or at least we shouldn't assume that they care about them so much that they want like a lore document that's going to be a really strange player that wants that, or really a unique player. It's a good player, but they certainly don't want us to like regale them with wonderful stories. They don't want any of that, but they will play the history of our world because the game is meant to be played, right? That's what they're there to do. So, the way that I had my players play 20th level characters is they played the previous adventuring party's last fight. So one of my groups, the story is built on this guild that they basically restarted. And as they learned about the guild, they learned about the people that, you know, founded it. And there's all these strange stories about whatever happened to them. And so for one of these one-shot kind of backstory history type of sessions, they each took over one of these characters. I didn't tell them. It was this fun thing where, like, 'cause they knew a little bit of information, but they didn't know everything. So it was like this fun thing where the first thing that the attacking lich did was like affect their sort of memories a little bit. So like they didn't know who each other was, and there was a little puzzle to sort of even get out of the bunker that they were in. But yeah, it was basically it was like 5 20th levels against a lich, and they all died. They were all defeated by the lich. So the fun part is they got that kind of fun experience of running super complex, powerful characters, and and they also learned exactly, like, they learned how the final fight went in a way that we all got to kind of write it together, you know, which is neat. A weird player. You guys asking for the lore Bible. That's fair. You notice I corrected myself. I said weird player, then I was like, wait, okay, that's a unique player. We shouldn't assume that every player is interested in, you know, the deep lore, all of our secrets. Keep in mind, it's also very convenient for me to have that opinion because I don't even really have a lore Bible. I don't even really have it's a lot, since I don't have that, it's a lot easier for me to redefine the world in such a way that, oh no, players don't want that because I don't have it. So that's just a thing that players just don't seem to want that. Has anyone ever forced me to flesh out an NPC just to throw me off? Oh, just kind of like trolling. Not trolling specifically. I'm sure it's happened a bunch. Here's what I remember most recently. Only a couple months ago, investigating the scene of a crime, the druid cast Speak with Animals. And I think about the fourth animal that the druid talked to. I was like, okay, what do I have that can attack them right now? I was like, okay, yep, that was my fish personality. Okay, that was there was a bird. Yep, talking to a bird now too. Oh, you want a squirrel now? What do I have that can end this? Let me see. And there's probably some monsters nearby that can stumble in and stop this horrible sequence of this CSI critter madness. It was earnest. It was an earnest, like, okay, well, let's see what somebody else knows. Let's see what somebody else knows. It's like, geez. I take it as a compliment. It means that they're taking the world very seriously. They're not for a second in that moment thinking about how it's affecting me doing this, right? Or at least if they are, they've fooled me. Yeah, oh yeah, what an adorable, what's your name? Well, and then, like, you know, you're sitting there going like, does a bird... It's not quite as bad as the gap that exists for like crafting things and downtime and certain things in D&D. But trying to figure out what it means in your world to talk to an animal for different types of animals is a bit of a, like, I'm not going to say it's like a master level challenge for a DM, but it's a healthy challenge where it's like, oh, okay, so what is the... Yeah, that's what the dog says. Oh, the dog gives me his name, and the dog kind of talks kind of stilted and stunted. All right, yeah. Let's see what the spider says. It's like, what is that? What how? In what way would we translate the thoughts of a spider? And would it be lesser than or more than a dog? True. No, at a certain point, you just go, I'm sorry, there are no more fish in this stream. You talk to all the fish. Can't find any other fish. Sorry about that. It's a unique group because the druid is basically the most magical person in the group. It's an extremely martial group of players. Actually, no, it turns out that It's special. It's a unique thing in my world. Speak with animals actually does kill any animal you talk to. This is the only way that I've found to stop the druids to stop these players from just incessantly going from one to one to one. It's like, I let them have a few tries, and then I say, this kills the animals, right? No, that's not true, but that would be really funny. Just to see the look on there, they would check the stat block, or check the spell. What is that? No, that's not. But I mean, might be tempting to do it. Reapseed, do I have any places in my world that I'm super proud of? Aesthetics, politics, or anything about that place? I mean, I could talk endlessly about so many of the places, because for me, I sort of treat the locations in my world. There's only two statuses that any location in my world has. One is it's basically it's weird in the way that like a Twilight Zone town is weird. There's something off about it, and it's going to take some investigating to figure out what's up. Or I literally haven't even determined what it is yet. Those are the only two statuses of my map. I sort of build it out as the players explore, and most of my world is not yet. I think where is it? Here. This is about a fourth of my world map, and most of the locations here have not been like developed or fleshed out anyway. I would say most of the southern part has, just because that's where the party has traveled. But yeah, I have like south where it kind of continues off. I haven't ever drawn anything down there because my party hasn't explored down there. Only a little bit to the west has been. So in terms of like particularly proud of, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I could chat quite a bit about many of those locations. Maybe I'll use them as inspiration for products at some point. Maps are intimidating, can never settle. Yeah, that makes sense. Is the island with the vivid on that map? No. No, that's a good call out. I don't have that. I don't think I have that map easy to pull out. That's in the uncharted northern sea that I haven't drawn out. Because the campaign that I'm running on the Prismatic Isle, it's called. It's just intended to happen on that island, so that's the only part that I've drawn up. Of course, the Prismatic Isle is just what the pirates call it. I'm sure it has a proper name. See you, Gelta. Thanks for hanging out. What's up, Eli? See a construct. Do I prep one session at a time? You find yourself prepping for too many hours sometimes. What's your method to keep things rolling, arcs or outlines? I definitely think in terms of arcs. Now you can ask as many questions as you want. It's cool. So my approach, it kind of aligns with how I do leveling. So I use milestone leveling, or at least a version of milestone leveling. So everybody levels up at the same time. And it usually happens at the conclusion of some arc. So I like to start with a prologue session when everybody's at level 1. Every sort of character gets their own separate one-on-one session to kind of kick off a campaign. They end that by going to level 2. Their first sort of session together, they're all level 2. After 2 sessions together, they go to level 3. So it's always the number of sessions of basically the level that you're at to get to the next level. And the nice part about doing it that way, well, there's a lot of nice things about doing it that way, but in terms of sort of adventure design, I try to present problems that sort of will fill out approximately that number of sessions. It's never going to be exact, obviously. You know, you got to be flexible. So keep that in mind. But generally speaking, the challenge that the party gets at level 2 together is going to be the simplest thing that they ever tackle together. I only want it to last 2 sessions and to be effectively resolved, right? So what can we deal with? We can deal with goblins run off into a cave, go stop them. We could deal with, you've got to flee from the guards and escape this part of the city, something that's going to take 2 sessions to sort out. And then that'll take them to level 3. Now I need to think of an arc, or rather than think of an arc, I need to present challenges that can be fitting for a 3-session sort of adventure arc. That tends to work pretty well, and obviously, like I say, it's flexible. Sometimes it's more, sometimes a little bit less. And once you get up to like 7th or 8th level, I'm not necessarily gunning for it's got to be this 8-session long epic adventure. It might be a couple of smaller adventures, but they're going to be 3-4 sessions each. Now, at the same time, I've got a group that's at like 15th level, and they are in the midst of traveling to hell to save somebody to do a prison break. That's a pretty complex adventure arc, so it's kind of fitting that takes a lot of sessions. Hey, what's up, Eli? Let me... No, you're
Popping in.
Yeah, you're welcome to.
Yep.
So Reapsy, I generally try to plan 1 session at a time. Obviously, I do have kind of general outlines of where things are going to go, but the reason that I really early on was like, I'm going to do more campaigns and I'm going to try to make something original every time I run it every week, is that I wanted to sort of teach myself to prep week by week, because didn't want to I obviously I'll build stuff and I'll go big with my ideas. It's like I kind of need that kind of regular ongoing
Motivation?
pressure. It's really pressure, right? To I gotta run a session. How can I make this session work? What can I do this next week?
Yeah, I have been planning my friend group's first big campaign. And the main centerpiece is this map that I drew, and each location is very different. So I've just been making different pieces from different locations. But I'm trying to still figure out how often we're going to do them, because weekly would be good, but having a big friend group, a lot of them struggle with things like, oh, I don't get this. Some of them struggle with imagination, so having props there can help. But it's that's what takes a lot of time. So prepping for that in advance can be good, but it's also something that takes a lot more time. For example, I've kept my players waiting for a long time now, just from prepping maps, from minis to terrain, and I'm finally beginning the writing for the first few locations.
Cool. Yeah, it's a tough balance, right? Especially when we have a vision for how an experience is going to go, and we know that everybody likes it. It's just about finding that. I guess, yeah, whatever you're comfortable with, I guess, whatever you're willing to.
Yipper do. I should give my bird food and put him to bed.
Okay.
I'm still here. He's right next to me. 2 scoops. Okay, now hush and go to bed. Yeah, the map has a lot of locations, which I know what they're going to be going through in the first 2, because the first location is where they're starting, and they have a choice between what I'm titling the Sea of Sights or the Midnight Desert. Both are very different, but they have to cross one of them to meet a guide. And then after that, the point of it is that they're searching for 9 magical cats, and they can choose where to go. That's what the main part of the map is that they can interact with it. Mm-hmm. So I've got a lot of different locations, and I even asked my players what kind of adventures they would want, so I incorporated a few of them. Some of them were a bit much, but I managed to put them in there.
Nice. Yeah, that's always fun.
Yeah, I've got miniatures just on my shelves next to my Godzilla figures, the biggest one I've made recently, which is a big spider guy, which is from the Midnight Desert, which is why I wanted to get him done.
Never have too many spider guys.
Absolutely not. I don't have a second device on my room right now, so I am trying to deal with the delay of my voice on the stream while also being on Discord on the same device.
Bet that's weird.
Absolutely, but I am trying to watch as well, but I might pause it at time.
Sure.
I don't usually show my players sneak peeks of stuff that's coming up, but I decided to show them the base of Big Spider Guy, and they were terrified, and they're like, I hate your creativity sometimes. I'm like, I know. Yippee.
That's great.
How many bricks are we making today? Are you making? Sorry.
Well, this isn't for. So I'm right now. I'm making, sort of a tower. That I can attach the bricks to. So, up till now, the bricks have only ever been able to be laying flat on the table. So, I'm making basically stackable platforms that they can be magnetized to, so I can have them here in my face cam. Which means that supported bricks are around for every kind of stream that I do, rather than just crafting streams.
Nice.
Thinking about it for a
Yeah,
while.
I can see. That looks cool. Next to the, I thought they were pronounced zines, but they're pronounced zines. I found out this afternoon.
I refuse. They're zines to me. I don't think I could
That-
design.
that- A few days ago, I was putting my figures on a chair to reorganize them because some were falling, and I was like, you know what, I'm too tired. I'm going to bed. I'm going to do this tomorrow. So I leave them in the chair, and in the middle of the night, I wake up to hear roaring, like mechanical roaring. I'm like, what? What? And I see lights coming out, and I see the big figure I have. It's a giant comic figure, but he has a mechanic where you hit a button and he roars. He has lights as well. I'm like, okay, I'll just take you out off the chair, put you down on the floor. So nothing is pressing the button, nothing is moving him. I go back to bed. A few seconds later, I hear the same roars, and I'm like, what? To the point where I had to take the batteries out because he was just doing that on his own. And it kind of creeped me out, and I am slightly terrified to put him back on the shelf, but we shall persevere.
Bit of an Indian in the cupboard situation going on there. That may be too old of a movie. I think it's good. I haven't watched it in a while
though. The one I have, the big one, is the one from like what is now 2 years ago. Oh God, I feel old. It's the one from 2 years ago, but I do have figurines of. Hello, RPG Grandma, and hello, Connor. I do have figures from older movies. The oldest one being from 1964, the figure from the movie, the character.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the oldest one I have.
Nice.
Godzilla himself dates back to 1954, which makes him 72 years old this year.
Dang. There
He's
aren't
older
that
than my
many.
grandmother.
There aren't that many characters that have been around that long.
Yep, and there are still movies going on to this day. The
Right.
next one I'm very excited for because I have a feeling we're getting some returning characters. Turn the stream back on off of pause so I can see what's going on.
I'm just trying to cut a half decent straight line.
My internet has been really bad a few days, and every single time it just loads, but as I said before, we persevere.
Mm-hmm. Connor, I am putting together a tower to display supporter bricks on. The bricks will become a true wall and not flat on the table. I'm gonna build them up, stack them up over here. That way they can be around no matter what kind of stream I'm doing. Been thinking about this idea for a while. Just need to have a bunch of chonky platforms.
How are the cats?
Oh, they're good.
Are they enjoying the space that isn't the stream where they used to be?
Yeah, they've been sleeping on bookshelves lately. So.
My outdoor cat, Vincent, he is liking life outside, but my dad's trying to remember the breed. Belgium Shepherd, I think. I don't know dark breeds. I don't know anything but birds. But she had a second litter. This is her second litter that she had in October, and unfortunately, only one out of the 6 dogs survived. But the little puppy is very healthy, although she is very curious, and so I get a bit nervous when she goes near my cat because Vincent has gotten into fights before with other dogs in the past, but he's alive so far, and I am trying to find a way to get him up to a safer space that he won't get in fights.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't like being carried that much, so I'm trying to build a ladder to a tree house that I've had for 10 years now. And hopefully he will be able to get up there. Because I tried making a net out of crochet, and none of the cats ever used it.
Oh, really?
It just sat there floating. It just sat there floating in the wind.
Go figure.
One of the cats I've had liked it as a toy, but didn't like climbing it, so. Although, to be fair, that same cat had the confidence to just climb the tree with its claws. Just go up there on its own.
That's pretty confident.
Yeah. And I found the cats at my window before, because they're stray cats that just happen to like me. And I'm like, oh, how adorable. And I look behind me and I see my bird that will be 10 years old, or no, it will be 8 years old in bird years. which is 2 years in human years.
Okay.
He will be that in when. That's how long I've had him, anyways. That's what I define as his birthday. Is the day I got him, and he just sits there sometimes, just lying around my room. He's supposed to be asleep right now, but I can hear him munching. So it can be sometimes like, oh, you want food, don't you? I want to find this black yarn that I had that I'm planning on using to sew something together. Can't find it anywhere, but I'll probably find it later, or sooner or later, anyways. It's like that one time thing, those things that you look for so hard, and when you give up and you get a new one, they pop out instantly.
Oh yeah.
I had that recently with a pair of scissors that I broke one because I got the wrong size glue gun or glue sticks. So I tried cutting them in half. The scissors broke in half.
Yeah.
So the one that I had, the spare ones I had, I began using those, and then I lost them. And then I got new ones because I couldn't find them for like 2 weeks. And so the 2 days after I get the new ones, I'm looking for board games in my closet, and I see the scissors right there. Let's see. Okay, here's some of the fabric I was trying to sew together because I'm trying to make myself stuff that I can wear because I want to begin cosplaying in the future, but that is for later me to deal with because why not?
Yeah. Heck yeah. Connor, you just finished running your session not that long ago. How's everyone else's going? I ran my first of the year last night, so that was nice. Tonight's is getting rescheduled, which is why I'm here crafting.
I haven't gotten to run a session yet, but I will eventually. I just gotta finish writing these next 2 scenes and get my friends together to paint their minis, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, let me see if I can sew these 2 things together because this is just clothes I cut out that do not fit me anymore. So it's going to be very jagged, but we're going to try to make a cloak out of just scraps because I do not have the effort to crochet a giant granny square right now.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Granted, granny squares are awesome, but they have their place and they have their limitations. Okay, let's try to do this because this is my first time sewing anything by hand. Have I ever used a sewing machine? No, but well, I guess not sewing like anything because I sew a lot of amigurumi or plushies for crochet, but those don't count right now.
Mm-hmm.
How many times were you told that you could turn crafting into a business before you actually did?
I'm not sure I was ever told it.
Okay. I've
Is
been
that a
told so many times.
is that a
Like
universal? Okay.
for me, anyways, I will sometimes just wear a scarf or a beanie or
Oh, I see.
just something out, and people will be and someone will be like, "Did you make that? Could you make me one? I will buy you the yarn and stuff." I'm like, it's a little bit more expensive, and they're like, "You could definitely do this on Etsy, or oh, there's a market
Gotcha.
that nearby. You can do it there."
Yeah, no, my experience, maybe just because I got into crafting, you know, really with D&D. So I haven't had that experience. I mean, certainly, I would say the equivalent that I get is people being like, certainly, they're like, oh yeah, you could sell the things that you craft, and it's like, yeah, it's similar to what you're saying, right? Where it's like it doesn't. It seems like a good way to burn yourself out and
Oh, absolutely.
undervalue the stuff that you make, because it's like it's not even a matter of material. That's the easiest thing, right? If you're like, oh, I'll buy the
I've heard
materials, it's like, oh boy, golly gee,
it takes a
thanks.
lot more.
You're
Yeah.
talking about many hours there. Like the material is not
Yes.
even the cost at the end of all that.
I've seen creators that'll be like, "This is why I don't sell things. $480 almost on a sweater because it was incredibly patterned, incredibly complex to make."
Sure.
Like if someone asks for something, I'm like, "Yeah, I could make you it like for sale," and I do. But I feel like it's also getting money involved with a craft. I also feel like changes your perspective on what you should be making, because on one hand you want to be making what you want to make what you think looks good, what you think what you like, but on the other hand you also want to be making what you know will sell well, which with crochet is a lot of plushies, a lot of the same thing over and over again, the same thing that people see online, so it's really hard to get money involved with while still keeping your passion for the craft, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Nice, friend.
Commission painting Warhammer stuff. Yeah, I bet. Hey, Noel. You hate seeing articulated dragons at every booth at cons and nerd
Like
markets.
the 3D printed ones, Noel? Is that Noel?
Yeah, forget is. Yep, that's Noel.
Yay, the needle went through. Okay. Like the 3D printed ones. Oh, I'm hearing the extremely delayed, because yeah. I saw something online recently that was saying that that someone has seen so many of the same thing over and over at markets, and she specifically said crochet things, crochet bees, and 3D printed dragons, saying that they were not worth as much as they were selling them, but because of the fact that you could get it at almost any market at this point, which in part is true. I agree with the part about the 3D printed dragons because they can be made very cheaply. But with crochet, it does take a lot more time than just time and yarn. But
Oh, for sure it does. Yeah. Yeah, 3D printed slop. Like, it's always disappointing to come across a booth that is just like, oh. Now, if it's stuff that the people have designed, I'm on board.
that's amazing.
But
Yes.
that's rarely the case. It's usually just okay. Yeah, I'd be shocked if those booths were worth it. But maybe there's a way to scrape through and make that stuff count. I don't know. It's just never.
Yeah. I feel like anything 3D printed, you could sell it for pretty cheap because you're not doing anything. People be like, oh, it's the time that it charges so much. But with 3D printing, you're just putting it there and you're printing it. You just walk away, do nothing, do whatever, and it's just gonna make it for you. It's a machine. But with crochet, there is no way to replicate it. There is no machine that can replicate crochet, unlike with knitting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean,
even my sister recently got me a dice tower that was 3D printed, and I like it because I didn't have one before, but I didn't need it. But I do. I'm very grateful for it.
Yeah. It's more like it's just the pricing, the everything about it. It's a bit of a race to the bottom, and I mean, even just at the base level of 3D printing stuff and then painting it, like that would be great. You would just some basic treatment like that would be
even
neat.
Just printing them in more than just one piece and one color, because while so many people print things in those multicolor, see them at different angles, you see different colors, filaments, you don't see many that are like different pieces are different solid colors.
Mm-hmm.
At least from my experience.
Yep. Let's see. Ilan, is that you're cutting foam and it's never straight? Any tips? Ren, I am making a tower to display supporter bricks. So that way they don't have to sit flat on the crafting table. They can be over here on stream all the time. So the trick with straight cuts with foam, it's one of those annoying sort of practice type of things. So it also depends, right? So that what I just did was not a straight cut. It's straight enough for what I'm doing. It's not a straight cut. It's just not going to matter for what purpose these are serving. I just need them to be approximately the same size. But you don't need a proxon to get to even get that straight cut. You can do it with a blade. Aim for shallow
just
cuts.
Change out.
Use a fresh blade. Yep.
Just change out the blade every now and then, because the one I used rusted incredibly fast.
Yeah, and it's just, practicing cuts and paying attention to the exact kind of angle that you're holding the blade. It's really easy to not realize that you are kind of cutting at an angle all the time, and that can be really annoying. And then, if the really precise stuff is what you want, then it's hard to beat a proxon table like this, because you can really kind of dial it in and get really precision cuts. I'm not going to be getting many of those for this because these are big blocks and I'm just kind of cutting for shape. But if I wanted to make a bunch of tiles at this point, I'd probably do it with the proxon. Just be easier.
This is why I don't do sewing of crochet projects or anything now after eating, because I just had pizza and now this needle is slipping through my fingers because of the grease on my fingers. Okay, you know what? We're gonna give up on this right now and just do something else, because why not? I don't have anything to do. This top hat needs to go somewhere that it won't take space, because this is a gift that I don't know where to put it. We'll give it to Todd. Todd is the nickname of a stuffed Toad plush. Toad as in the mushroom guy from Mario, but
Mhm.
my best friend just calls him Todd.
It's close.
Right now, because I took them down recently and now I want to put them back up. Yeah, I'm gonna put them back up because that gives me something to do. Because I lost my last shelf, so ever since then, I got one of those, or my parents got me this, like one of those wall TV stands because I had a TV on my dresser, and now my dresser has become a bookshelf along with just regular shelf for figurines.
Nice.
It is until I need a second layer because I'm running out of space. Will that stop me from buying more though? Absolutely not.
Yeah, that's a future Eli problem.
Everyone's future them hates past them.
Yep.
Can be. I've got random stuff on this dresser right now, aside from my books, like glue sticks, screwdrivers, unfinished miniatures. I have very easy, because I don't, my parents aren't huge fans of magic, so anytime I have to make a miniature, I always have to make it myself. So with this last one, with this big spider, his core of the body head thing is made of foil, while the legs are straws filled with foam clay,
Nice.
and everything is covered in foam clay. So it's easy to paint. You just have to make sure that you're drawing it on the proper surface, because if you don't give it good enough support, or if you use the wrong support or the wrong surface it's drying on, it can stick or droop a lot, especially if you don't have a base for it. Because if it's a lot of foam clay just on its own, like any type of clay, it'll droop if it's not supported well. So you gotta watch out for that. I got this glass protector case for figurines at an Amazon return store, and I have no idea what figure to put in it, because it acts like a protecting case, but it also acts as just something else I can put stuff on top of. So let's see, who can I put in there? Where is the one that I'm looking for? Oh, this one here it is. Big guy, except it's not really big guy because the scaling is off with these figures, but oh well. Come on. Okay. Click with the magnets on this. Okay. And this goes here to act as bookend so that my like 13 books that I don't read ever can go on. Because I personally prefer audiobooks, and I still need to finish the Song of Achilles. found a list of indie games on that are like on Steam recently that I thought you would like, but I forgot to save it. So I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Where is the big guy? Oh, here he is. I tried stop motion with my big figure, and it failed miserably. It just looked very choppy, but at least my friends liked it. Okay, big guy goes here. Have you ever had anyone tell you that, oh, I could do that when looking at your work, and then they find it's a lot harder than they expected?
No, I don't think so. Have you?
Yeah, kinda. I'm just really a lot of people ask me to teach them how to crochet, but
Sure.
anytime I try it, it ends in horrible failure because I am not a good teacher. Because while I got it right away, as I hate to say that, because so many people are like, you're just the kind of person that just gets things right away. Because
Right.
on my almost 15 years on this planet, I have picked up something like 7 hobbies now.
Sure, why not?
And so, in that time, I've learned to do things a lot. Ooh, speaking of audiobooks, I think Harry Potter's Sorcerer's Stone audiobook on Audible. Last Christmas. Feels like a director's cut of the movie. Oh, that sounds nice, friend. I try to find audiobooks for free on Spotify, and I had a free copy of Song of Achilles, but it got deleted, so I've been trying to find one that is free, which I am struggling to find a good one that is not. Played anything else as Dumbledore. Brilliant casting. Oh, I've seen clips of House. I've never seen the full show for obvious reasons. I cannot handle blood. My parents are like, "Why don't you get into a medical profession?" I'm like, I hate blood.
Yeah, that makes sense. That would be way too much.
Like, my sister's a dentist, and then I'm here collecting figurines that will one day, or that just sit there being pretty. Where's the? Oh, he's falling. Okay. I have 3 actual collections. I have my Godzilla figures. I have board games. Well, I guess 4. My collection of collections, keychains, board games, and Godzilla figures. This is another one I was looking for. I'm going to end up home alone all morning tomorrow because my mom is taking my grandma for surgery, so she's staying here, which is great because she's very nice to have around. Although she is the type to insist that she quote unquote helps me, and by that she means she does everything without letting me do anything.
Yeah.
Which I understand she wants to help, but like, I can do things. But
Sure.
it's very sweet.
Okay.
Here is Destroya. That's my one thing. Ooh.
Data, thanks for the $1. Appreciate it. Black coffee's on you.
So many people are surprised by the fact that I don't like sweets. And I have not liked them since I was a child. a lady came up to me once saying, or a friend of my mom's, anyways. She's the kind of person that has gum or candy in her purse at all times, and she's like, "Do you want something?" I was like 7. I'm like, "No, I'm okay." And the look of shock on her face is something I will never forget. It's also something that is very hypocritical of me because I love baking. Another one of my like 8 hobbies. Oh,
Ren, I
oh, you're
haven't.
gone.
I haven't seen the. I can still hear you. I was just moving something.
Oh,
Ren,
my
I
bad.
haven't seen the Stranger Things finale.
A friend of mine started Stranger Things, and I want to start it soon. Although, again, the tolerance for blood is not great, but
Sure.
season 5 is the last season, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, they're done with that.
What Ren said about the season 5 finale of Stranger Things is every review I have ever heard of the Song of Achilles, which terrifies me.
Uh-huh. Yeah, well, it's got to end sometime, right?
Because from what I know, things are not going to end well. At least
Mhm.
from where I was in the audiobook. Jesse V, Reese, Schweens is on there. Trying to look for the names I recognize.
Right.
Construct. Oh, I'm like 10 seconds behind. Don't really recognize any other ones, sadly. Damn it. Yay, it went in. Okay, this guy goes here. Okay, this guy goes. Ren, were you talking about the Song of Achilles, or when you said that they were overreacting? It's been under fire these past few weeks, but in my opinion, we're
I think,
overreacting.
yeah, Ren was definitely, I think, talking about Stranger Things.
Oh, okay. Just making sure, because from at least what I've heard, everyone leaves crying after the Song of Achilles, and that terrifies me because I cry over media pretty easily.
Sure.
Okay, that just fell. Okay, you know what? We're gonna just ignore that and a different character up. Try to fit this without it falling. Looking at this, looking at the 3 other new ones I'm getting next month, because I hate to sound self-centered, but my grandma gave me $300 to spend on Amazon for my birthday next month, and I am getting a lot, but it's my birthday, so I guess I can be selfish. I hate making people.
Of course.
Okay. I'm gonna put this guy to stand. Stay. This is like the only other articulatable figure I have.
Yeah, the algorithms encourage it. That's for sure.
Okay, we're gonna take this guy off of the flight stand and put him back here for other small guy. I don't want here.
No problem, Boxed Out. You have a good one. Catch you another time.
Good night, Boxed Up. Or Boxed Out. What is it? Yeah, Boxed Out.
Yeah, Boxed Out. Yeah.
Monkey guy. One of the movies I want to see for these characters is Godzilla Final Wars, because it's at least to my knowledge, the last movie they used suits for monsters instead of CGI. Because from then and the only other one I can think of that used CGI before that was the 1998 Godzilla, the American one, anyways. Which I sometimes refuse to call Godzilla because it trademarked, at least by the company that owns Godzilla, it is titled Zilla because it appeared in the Final Wars.
Oh.
The Song of Achilles, right? It's a good book if you like queer media. It is a love story between one who was a prince and one who is a prince. And it has a good conflict, although, once again, every review I have heard says that they leave crying. But I'm trying to find a way to finish it because the free one I had on Spotify got deleted, so I'm gonna see if I can find a way to listen to it or maybe read it if I can find a copy. But queer media, like LGBT. At least that's my kind of. I do like it, I personally. Trying to find. Is there any other one that I'm missing? I refuse to believe I have this much shelf space. It's okay, Ren. It's not for everyone. This knockoff figure that I got a long time ago sits in the corner of shame. Because I thought he was the real deal, and he was not. It's a bit of a turn on the story. It's a book that turns his close friend Patroclus into his lover. Since they at least from history, they were incredibly close. So the author, I can't remember her name, just decided to twist it into a bit of a more love story. But again, it's not for everyone, and it's okay. Oh, is that? Oh, oh no, that's not good. I hope that's not spoilers. He is the son of Thetis. I don't know what goddess she is in Greek mythology. I don't know very well many, but oh, I loved Nimona when I watched it. It was amazing. Run. I haven't watched Steven Universe though. I do need to. I do want to, anyways. Okay, this guy. Oh, that's the one I was forgetting. I will say if anything happens to what's his name? Val. I will say if anything happens to him, if there is a sequel, I will riot. Sorry, Ryan, if you feel like I'm not including you. That's my bad.
It's all good.
How many bricks have we got at this point?
There's like 30-ish, somewhere in there. The number goes up and down. Just depends on, just depends.
Yeah, I will say the only problem for me and Ren with Nimona was the pacing. It just felt a little bit fast paced, but aside from that, it was amazing. I like the messages it sent. Nimona's backstory was very sad. Don't fall. Another show that I've been wanting to get into is She-Ra and the Princess of Power. It's directed by the same person who did, or written or directed by the same person who did Nimona, which is fun. Did you say that 12 deadlines this year? Are you dropping out of there? Oh, you have work to do.
Basically, yeah. Well, yeah. Since they come in packs of 2, my plan is to try to hit 6 releases this year. So it would be 12 individual books, but it would just be the 6 packs. That's my goal.
Every 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
Roughly, anyways.
Yep. I mean, we'll see. Obviously, it's not like
guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, if that doesn't happen for some reason, it's not the end of the world. The whole thing's kind of an experiment, so I'm not gonna, But we'll see. That's the target.
Oh no, my enemy has appeared. Shelving space issues. I need to put this on here instead because this one has wings that are too big. Oh no, but this one's wings are also too big. But it fits. Now where do I put this one?
Yeah, definitely data. Yeah, they'll all have different color schemes. I'm looking at like different kind of paper types, really just trying to make each one, fun and different.
Ren, yeah, I'm like that with shows too. Unless I find a show that like I really like, I'll rewatch it a few times. But I haven't rewatched A Series of Unfortunate Events. I haven't rewatched Wolf King. Wolf King was good though. Okay, I don't know where to put this guy. He's just gonna have to go. can't put him there. He's just gonna have to sit on top of this guy because there is no space. Oh, there's no season 3? Are you kidding me? There's not gonna be season 3? I have Camp Cretaceous on my watch list. I'm confined to a kids account since my parents got Netflix when I was very young, so I'm confined to a Netflix kids account. But yeah, yeah. At the end, I was so confused. Like, wait, what? There's gonna be a season 3, but since season 2 had just come out, I was like, oh, it's gonna be quite a wait. And like just came out. I watched it in November when season 2 came out, and I believe September. So I will say A Series of Unfortunate Events, the show on the Netflix show anyways. It was okay. I just felt like they kept saying, "Oh, the kids are so smart," when they are incredibly stupid sometimes. No plans for a third season. Oh, that's sad. Who was your favorite character, Ren? What other shows did I have on my watch list that I watched recently? I had Heartstopper, but I finished that a long time ago. What to tell you the truth? I thought the story was fine. The characters were Kendra and Kim. So I guess that is true. One thing that I will say is that some of the episodes felt a bit separate, but that was like one of my only complaints about the show. Don't fall. Okay, that's done. Did not take as long as I thought it would. If I had to pick a favorite from Wolf King, though, I'd probably say the mage guy. I forgot his name, though. Since I'm done, I'm just going to see if I can do this 4x4, because I got it in Mexico. Do you like cube puzzles, Ryan?
What are those?
Like Rubik's Cube?
Oh, I guess I don't think I've ever solved one or taken the time to figure out how to solve them. But I'm not opposed.
I have, yeah, and that's good. I have so many variations, but I never had 4x4 until like last month.
Mm-hmm.
So I solved it a few weeks ago, but I have to say that there is a thing called parody, and I hate it. I think I hate about Netflix is they used to save TV shows from getting canceled, and now they cancel a show that was popular as Stranger Things, which is rather creepy. Yeah. I will say, yeah, there are a lot of shows that they saved, but yeah, these days, they will cancel anything. In fact, um, there was a show that I watched a long time ago called The Deep, and it was good. It's a cute puzzle since I didn't know they were a thing. Yeah, Ren, there are a lot of different versions. Not all are cubes. I have a bag right here. My personal favorite is called the Pyraminx. It's like a triangle version. I never say they're pyramids just because geometrically they're not, as much as I hate math. And I got really good at these ones, but there are a lot of different ones. There are, I think, 7 that are official in competitions. Trying to do that side. Also, Ren, like you were saying about shows being canceled if they're not as popular as Stranger Things. I also feel like Netflix, especially with the success of K-pop Demon Hunters, will pour everything they have into getting as much out for to just make more money. Because when I checked in December, KDH has been on their Netflix top 10 in the US since it released, which is over 20 weeks at this point, which is a long time. Okay, so that side gets that one. I need orange. Okay, I have the centers done. Putting the magnets in right now.
Yeah.
Oof. That sounds rough, Ren. I haven't seen for attention for the wrong reasons with Dark Crystal, Age of Resistance. I haven't seen that, but I might add it to my watch list. Yeah, I'll see the trailer probably, because the way I watch things that aren't on kids' accounts without my parents knowing is just by using the account that is just inactive, the profile.
Hacker Extreme.
It's how I watched Heartstopper, which was pretty good. I liked it. I'm trying to find piece. Where do you get your magnets? Magnets.
Just Amazon.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably another one was probably gonna be Amazon. I feel like you can get anything on Amazon these days. My parents like going to a store we have nearby called Bargain Brothers, which is what I always call an Amazon return store. It's a store that it's what it sounds like. It is where when some people return something, if they can't resell it, they often send it to a return store where it can be sold at a discount price. And the way it works there, the way it works at Bargain Brothers is that every day they lower the price. So, for example, they restock on Thursdays. So Fridays everything is $15, and then prices go down until Wednesdays when everything is $1. And everything is ages must be hard. Nothing was trackable 20 years ago. That being said, my parents never cared. That was nice. can imagine being media restricted. I mean, it is a bit of a struggle sometimes, because sometimes I will find something I want to watch and then boom, restrictions, but I have loopholes.
Gibson, kind of along those lines, one of the things that exists that I forget exists. I mean, my kids are still pretty young, so I'm sure I'll think more about it in 10 years or so. But saw a lot of family for the holidays. And when I saw a dad there get on the phone to give a hard time to his teenager because he was getting alerts at how fast he was driving on the highway and was sort of pinging him and reminding him to go slower. And I know that's been around a few years, but it's just like, oh yeah, I didn't even remember that is like a thing. You know, when you talk about like tracking and monitoring and stuff, it's like, oh yeah. Yeah, you can just like personally do that. That's kind of a wild thing.
Like when it comes to their actual safety, like yes. I just happen to be queer in a conservative environment, but I don't want to bring that up too much just because I know it can be a sensitive topic. Yeah, I just have my workarounds for things that I want to see that I know is safe enough, but yeah. And what's nice is that I don't really have to lower volume too much, because both my parents and my sister, who is full-grown adult at this now, are on the other side of the house to me, so yep. That's one of the things. Yeah. Yeah, well, like I'm one of the few people that that at my age at least, I'm terrified to drive. Like every single time I make the joke of, "Hey, do you drive yet?" No. Or no. Why not? Because I don't know if my parents have good enough insurance. Yeah. Yeah. Trying to find. Oh, I'm so sorry for laughing, Ren. And I don't drive anymore. Huh. That makes me feel less bad about myself. Yeah, my parents. My mom likes to. Well, she doesn't love to drive, but she likes to drive a bit. But she doesn't like driving at night just because she has begun getting vision issues at night. So it's not great, but. Yay, okay. It's almost, my cube is almost done. I never forgave her for quitting on me, by the way. Sorry again for laughing. Yeah, my first time that my parents tried to teach me how to drive was, I think when I was like 10, when they just had me like sit in the driver's chair on my dad's lap while I would push the gas and just keep the wheel steady. And immediately when we got to the first stop sign, I hit the brake way too hard. But maybe eventually I will figure out how to drive. That doesn't sound safe. You're right, it wasn't. And like 2 years ago now, when I was 12, my dad had me, because we have like an acre of space of just grass, as a backyard. At least I was 15 years close. Yeah. How do I explain this without making this, some things never change. Parents putting their friends, like, it's still a thing. Yeah. It's also, and by close enough, I mean old enough. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't want to say this in the wrong way. I have parents that are from somewhere that things that are not safe are done a lot. Where that's flipped. For example, where my parents are from anyways, people, they take, when we travel to where they're from, we often can take almost 9 people in. We can take around 9 people in a car that fits 5. Yeah, rural area, I guess. And when we visited some friends, we didn't fit in the truck, so it was like one of it was like a truck that had a large thing, that like a large trunk that you could stand in even. I just wanted to be careful. Oh, parody. Okay. Anyways, but we had to. That's the one it's on. We had to have 4 people in the trunk, like on chairs, on the while we would travel. And granted, it is legal there. I still am scared a lot of the time, just because while something may be legal, it's not usually very safe. Okay, I have the right one. I just need to figure out which one this is. Okay. Oh, I think I know which one. Is it this one? I'm sorry if I'm just talking to myself about this cube. But I'm just trying to figure out which pattern this is.
I don't know a lot about cube puzzles, but I have kind of daydreamed about learning a lot more about them, and then like it would be fun to introduce a cube puzzle early in a campaign in an extremely simple way. Like, I'm sure that there are like techniques or even cubes for like learning the puzzles. So it'd be fun to introduce one and then get it more and more complicated throughout the course of the campaign, and effectively sort of make that, tie that into just as like a physical prop.
Yeah, there are some that are easier than others. I'm working on a 4x4 cube, which is what it sounds like. A 3x3 has 3 on one side, like 9 pieces.
Mm-hmm.
So this one has 4, so it's 16 on each side.
Gotcha.
But the thing with the 4x4 is it's an even number. It has this thing called parity, which, because the way you solve it is by matching up the pieces to turn it into a regular 3x3. It's how you solve any sort of cube that is bigger than a 3x3. Only problem is that with even numbered cubes, you get what's called parity, because there's not one definitive starting or centerpiece, because you can split the center in half or in quarters or even anything bigger. But with odd numbered cubes, you have a specific center, if that makes sense.
Okay.
For example, I could start the white center on a random side, and everything. Well, if I do it on the opposite side that it's supposed to be, it will flip the corners, but you can just do that simply. But parity is not something you can get regular 3x3s. And there are things that are easier than 3x3s, like 2x2s. They are simple enough. They were the first one. It was the first one I learned, and then I got a 3x3, and then I began trying other shaped cubes, with like the Pyraminx, which I've gotten good at, I like to say. But there are some people that can solve cubes in like 3 seconds, which is insane, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's always
impressive.
That's always wild to see.
I don't like to say hardest one that I have, because not actually that hard. But one I have is called a Megaminx.
Mhm.
And instead of a cube shape, it's in the shape of what's called a dodecahedron. It has a pentagon instead of a square on each side, which gives it 12 sides. And people are always like, "You can do that?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's not that hard. It's like a 3x3." And then they immediately do it, but because it's bigger, it takes me like a good while to solve it.
Sure.
But I do think like a cube puzzle getting harder could be a really good idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'd be fun to mess around with one.
I think cubes were my third hobby that I picked up after balloon animals and origami. Because a lot of hobbies are like the skill that you don't use ever until you actually have like a specific moment where you do.
Sure.
All right, well, I'm going to be off for bed so that even though I can wake up late tomorrow, I would rather not. So,
sounds
good
good.
night.
Have a good one. Yep. See ya. I think these are going to look super cool stacked up. Once the blocks they're on, especially, are not the seafoam green color. So it'll be basically multiple layers of what you see, but then the platforms themselves, I'm basically going to build basically I want to shape them into like stone kind of risers, such that such that even just like the edges of these kind of blend in, you know, so they kind of just feel like they're built into it. Because then I'll just also use this whole thing as terrain, you know. I could always use riser type of platform, so we'll see like what it ends up actually feeling like, if it's all going to have like big blocky stones like this, or whether these will be kind of the protrusions. So yeah, I'm gonna actually go through and, you know, carve these things up and make them look nice. I think the tower might get kind of wild, but hey, I think it'll work. You know, yeah. Still feeling it out. Still getting a sense for it. But that's the vision that I sort of have for it. I feel like I have some room to go tall if I want. Maybe I'll even get fancy with some connecting, like, you know, ladders or gasp stairs. Well, I also it's also like have the realization. Well, I mean, it's the right thing to do. Like it's a better setup for them. Yeah, it's not at 50, but I mean, it's understandable. I haven't really even hardly talked about the bricks in months. But the other streams, especially like the daily encounter streams, it's like that's developing its own, you know, sort of audience separate from any of these other streams that I've done. Especially these past few months, have been so much more heavily weighted towards these kind of short, punchy, kind of creative streams like those. Most of those people have the last time that I did a crafting stream was, I think, like November. So I mean, there's a good chunk of folks that have been here on the channel and have just never even seen these bricks. Like it's going to be a brand new idea. So it's like, dang, that's why I wanted to prioritize this craft. I think the non-gifted subs right now is low 30s, low to mid 30s, I think. Which I'm not even sure what the tower could support, but that's a problem for the future we're dealing with right now. One problem at a time. Well, not problem, but one creative solution at a time. Nice. Um, maybe data, although I like the system that we've been using up to now, which is that it's just the status of the brick itself, like whether it's painted or whatnot. You might have seen T earlier was like, when you gonna my brick to be yellow? It's like, okay, well, it's more fun if it's like an assortment, and I don't necessarily want it to be like a, you know, top is better, bottom is better, or anything. Be interesting to have one of them that's like kind of got, you know, space or carves out, or I guess I can remove some here and there and like stick a monster on it. I think I'll be able to get a little bit creative with the display, I think. Good to know. setting is Strahd's Castle, so we'll be making a big XPS map for each floor as well as the exterior long project. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I haven't really made a castle yet. It wouldn't fit in here. I would have to be working on it in pieces. And none of those pieces in here could include the tower. Naturally, of course there is. What's up, Blocks? Welcome to the stream. Blocks, you're very new to D&D. You don't know if you should use the pre-made characters you got in the starter set or make your own. Well, welcome to the hobby. If you're gonna run that, starter, I would use the pre-made characters. Yeah, why not? Why not? They made them for you. It's easier than making them yourself. Ah, you were looking at YouTube and thought Warlock was a cool class, but there's no option. Gotcha. I mean, with a character sheet, you know, you can... That's true. There's probably a bunch out there. I was just saying, like, with a character sheet and following the... You know... I guess there isn't. Well, maybe there is a... I don't think there is in the books any sort of, like... quick start, follow these steps to like build out a character. But I mean, in theory, you could, if it's got to be Warlock. Class that can cast spells but can also still use melee weapons. Hey, that's fair. That's fair. I feel like there's like a pact of the weapon or something like that that gives you sort of a special sort of like sentient or haunted weapon, I think. So if I have a bunch of character classes to create, and I don't know if there's a free level for this, but I'll use my D&D Beyond account because there's a quick start creation process that speeds that up, but that's generally because I'm making a bunch for my party to use, and it's a lot faster to use that than completely make them from scratch. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I think that's pretty decent. Obviously, I'll probably adjust camera and tweak it a little bit, but the idea that I can, you know, get everybody up here, or at least most everybody. I've still got some bricks to magnetize and some others to create. But I think texturing these platforms, painting them, that'll definitely be the next way to go. But I think it's gonna look pretty good. And then I may need to also adjust my default sort of picture-in-picture size to make it all work. But I mean, this is super satisfying compared to what we had before, and I can still sort of promo the zines up top. And there's, what is that, like, you know, 2 or 3 more in a pinch. I think this model will work. Yeah, blocks the Discord's a great place to start to get familiar with it. It does get easier over time. Try not to be overwhelmed. It's fun. It's worth it. Thanks everybody for all the fun chats tonight. Gotta go crash so I can be here again in a few hours to do a daily encounter. And let's see, we have miniature painting tomorrow night. And who knows, maybe some more. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna see how this wears on me and see if I want to make any big changes before I start painting it. But for now, see what everybody's reaction is to this big foam beast that's gonna be joining the stream. Hope everybody has a great one. If you're lurking, there is a link, an invite to the Discord, to my Discord, in the chat. It's the only place to get it. I don't put it anywhere else on the internet, so you can do that if you would like. And yeah, catch you guys later.